Hi, welcome everyone to the Synergies Work, Synergies Market, Giving Tuesday Livestream. We're so excited to have you here. So today is Giving Tuesday, as many of you all know. And for those of you who may not be aware, Giving Tuesday is an annual celebration of generosity and support for all the organizations in the world that are doing some incredible work. So for Synergies Work, well, for those of you who may not be familiar with what we do, Synergies Work is a nonprofit organization that supports disabled entrepreneurs. We help them at every stage of their business, from when they just have an idea all the way through to when they're raising venture funding. Through our experience, we've been here for around 6 years and helped around 300 entrepreneurs, and we're constantly growing, constantly adding new services, programs. This year in 2023, one of the programs we added was called the Synergies Market. The Synergies Market is an online marketplace where customers and disability owned businesses can come together and find each other. So, to give you a little bit of background on myself, my name is Shlok Shah. I'm the operations director here at Synergies Work. So, for the past few years, I've been helping founders of all types of businesses all across the country launch and grow their businesses. And what we noticed was that one of these founders were going to traditional online marketplaces. So I'm talking about the Amazons, the Etsy's, even the eBays of the world. They were getting disenfranchised because these marketplaces, while they may have started as a great place for a small business to promote their brand and find new customers, as they've grown, they're getting more and more focused on getting the largest return possible, not only from their customers, but also from their sellers. And that's led to a lot of the entrepreneurs that we've worked with feeling that they can't make a sustainable income off of these platforms because oftentimes they're taking up to 50% of the fees. And there's also a pay to play model where they have to spend copious amounts on advertising. They have to constantly be managing their store to compete with corporations who are making millions of dollars, who have dedicated teams to making sure they stay competitive. So when we were trying to figure out how can we help our entrepreneurs be competitive on these platforms, we came to the conclusion that ultimately the goal of the platforms is not for the sellers to be competitive. It's to make the platform as much money as possible. And because of that disconnect between the marketplaces that are out there and what sellers really need, especially young entrepreneurs who are just starting out, we saw an opportunity to launch the Synergies Market. So earlier this year, just actually a couple months ago, we put together our initial group of sellers for the Synergies Market. It's a small group of entrepreneurs with disabilities all across the country that are offering products, services of all different types. And you'll get to meet some of them today as we interview them. But with the Synergies Market, our goal is not to just give you another place to buy products. I'm sure, especially in the holiday season, and especially coming off of Black Friday and Cyber Monday and all that, we're all in the shopping mood and giving mood. But this is about more than just purchasing. It's about having an impact and putting your money where your mouth is, really. So to give you an idea of what to expect over the course of today, from 11 to 3 p.m. Eastern, we're going to be featuring entrepreneurs who are on the Synergies Market. You'll get to hear about their stories, their journeys. You'll also get to learn about their products and get to see them. And to top it all off, rather than us asking you to donate to Synergies or Work or anything like that, all we want you to do is go directly to the Synergies Market and buy the products from the entrepreneurs you're seeing today. The Synergies Market doesn't take any platform fees. Any money that you spend purchasing your products, minus 3% for payment processing, goes directly to the entrepreneurs. And we want to create that funnel where now it's no longer a matter of, hey, I need to find a product. I want to support a cause that I'm passionate about, the disability community, but I have no idea where to find them. I don't personally know a disabled entrepreneur. Now we want you to give you a place where you can go online, you can find a huge variety of products. We have nearly 100 products from all different types. And then as you're purchasing, you're supporting a small disability owned business. To top that all off, at Synergies Work, we have programs that are constantly helping entrepreneurs launch. And our long term goal for this is that when an entrepreneur goes through our program, they have that smooth transition to actually selling their product. Where, hey, we just helped you launch your business in 8 weeks, and now you need to figure out where you're going to get your first sale, rather than you having to set up an Amazon store or figure out how to set up an in-person event. Now you can go to the Synergies Market, and we already have a community of buyers. So this holiday season, I would love for you all to consider shopping on Synergies Market, learning about entrepreneurs, sharing it with your friends and family so they can come and experience what it's like to actually directly support the businesses that they see instead of half of their money going to a market that they have no tie-in with. So to kick things off, we actually have a guest, Serena Lowe. She is a member of the Synergies Work board. I'm going to welcome Serena. Hi, Serena.
Hi, how are you?
Doing good. I'm doing good. Serena, so super happy to have you here. Just to kind of kick things off, why don't you introduce yourself and tell us about how you got connected with Synergies Work and why this is an important organization for you.
Sure, I'd love to. Well, thanks for having me today. Again, my name is Serena Lowe, and I have spent the last 20 years working in the disability space and advocating for greater economic parity and social justice for individuals with disabilities. And in my previous roles at the U.S. Department of Labor and U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, I have seen time and time again individuals with disabilities really rise to the occasion and be the most innovative people in the room when it comes to constructing creative, outside the box solutions for an array of social problems and economic challenges. And so the idea that we now have an organization that is trying to harness the innovation, the talent, the commitment, and the tenacity of entrepreneurs with disabilities and really help them have a thoughtful approach and give them access to the tools, the networks, the mentoring required of any good business and startup is really exciting to me. We have over 74% of workers with individuals with disabilities in that working age population do not consider themselves part of our labor force today in America. And so entrepreneurship is a great venue and vehicle to really help them become part of the economic mainstream. I think Synergies Work in particular, to your point, Shlak, in your opening remarks, has really helped break down some of those additional barriers to access to startup capital for new businesses, connecting with people in industries that can really open doors for entrepreneurs with disabilities who are just getting started, and really help be a strong support system for some of our younger entrepreneurs who are just getting out and launching their first, I'm sure, of many businesses. So I just think this is so clever and exciting. Most importantly, it is accessible to anybody, irrespective of economic background or geography or where you are at. If you have access to the internet, you're able to participate in Synergies Work's dynamic virtual education and training and offerings and be a part of the market, which is really exciting, why we're here today.
Yeah, that was awesome, Serena. And I think one thing that you said that stands out was that that 70+% of individuals with disabilities don't consider themselves a part of the labor market. And when we're working with people, that's something that we also hear that, hey, I was told that I was unemployable. I'm never going to be able to work because of my disability. And from what we've seen time and time again is that that's just not true. Every single person that goes through our program has something that they're passionate about, that they're skilled at, that they can turn into a viable business. And we've put together the structure to really take that to that next stage. So if you are an individual with a disability who's watching this and who, your goal for next year might be to be on the Synergies market, please don't hesitate to reach out. We'd love to get you started. We'd love to help you.
Exactly. I love that optimism, because in spite of so many systemic barriers and societal messages that really try to pigeonhole people with disabilities and focus on limitations as opposed to their potential, their tenacity, their perseverance, we want to really actually start looking at what their preferences are, what their talents are, what they bring to the table. We know this, in spite spite of all of those barriers, there are still 1.8 million entrepreneurs with disabilities in this country today. So we want to encourage even more people with disabilities who have a burning idea, who've always wanted to start their own business. I can tell you as a business owner, it's scary with or without a disability to kind of go into uncharted waters. But Synergies Work has really been so intentional at taking the experiences of people with what I call lived expertise, entrepreneurs with disabilities, and who have said to them, hey, this is where I've run into trouble with my business. This is what could help me in the future, or other entrepreneurs. They've really listened to that and designed programs and supports and a network of peer mentoring and shared learning to really help meet entrepreneurs and prospective entrepreneurs where they are at. So I think it's so exciting. I just want to say, as a consumer, I always thought that the businesses that I support that are owned by individuals with disabilities always tend to be so much more thoughtful about customer service, about adding those extra features and qualities that many of us take for granted and are sometimes so nuanced in terms of product design and user ease. But I find that consumers with disabilities make the best entrepreneurs because they have a very unique perspective in terms of challenges that people face. And they are constantly, every single day, having to think creatively about solving problems and navigating different systems, different barriers, etc. So I'm so tickled. I'm really excited to start shopping. I will be online today shopping on the market, and I certainly hope and encourage other people, get your pocketbooks out. This is the time, 'tis the season, despite what holidays you celebrate or don't celebrate. You will find something either for yourself or many loved ones on the market. I was just down there this morning and I'm very excited.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Serena. And I think that's a perfect transition into our guest. Makes me take that.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. So to kick things off, I'm actually going to invite Jennifer Parr on. Jen is a member of the Synergies Work team. She helps manage our community. She's been instrumental in the launch of the Synergies Market, and she is also an entrepreneur with a disability who has her products on there. So Jen, I'm going to hand it over to you to start our first interview with Diana. But thank you all so much for joining us today. We're so excited. Remember, this is going to go on all the way from 11 o'clock to 3 o'clock. And our goal for today is to get $5,000 in sales for the Synergies Market. We've already had a strong start. We were at over $700 even before we've started the live stream from our awesome community. So please, go ahead and go to synergiesmarket.org, check out the incredible entrepreneurs. And now I'm going to hand it off to Jen and Diana. I took Jen off.
Thank you, Shalok. Hi, Diana. So first, we're of course going to introduce Diana Kamada. She is the founder of Include Designs. So welcome.
Hi. Yeah, thanks. I'm excited to be here.
Yeah. So can you tell us a little bit about your personal journey and how you basically discovered and decided to launch your business?
Sure. So when I was in college, I was studying mechanical engineering and industrial design, and I was working with the American Printing House for the Blind for my capstone project. So I wanted to take a course on the history of disability justice to kind of learn more about the community that I was working with. I'm a member of the disability community, but I'm not blind. And so I wanted to kind of get a more formalized background. And I took an amazing course with Professor Sarah Skeels, who also uses a wheelchair. And through that course, she and I became close. And so when I was doing my capstone for my engineering degree, I was thinking about her and what I could possibly make that would be helpful to her. So she and I were just hanging out one day, and she was eating an apple. There were no trash cans nearby to throw out the core when she was done. And so I saw her struggle with, what's for most of us an easy task. she had to, figure out how to carry the core while also needing both hands to move her manual wheelchair. So she tried to put the core on her lap, but it just kept falling off. And eventually she let me carry it for her, but it was clear she would have preferred not to need my help. So that was the first moment that I realized how difficult it can be to carry or hold things while using a wheelchair, and was the original inspiration for our product on Synergies, which is called the Lap Snap.
Awesome. That is really cool. So what challenges and opportunities have you encountered as a disability-owned business and founder?
Yeah, so I think there's been a lot of great things and a lot of challenges. I think the challenges mostly have been from outside the community, people who are in positions of power in traditional businesses, funding opportunities, VCs, grants, whatever, tend to, they may be experts in their area of business, may not be as educated about the disability community. So I know, especially early on, I've gotten a lot of really ignorant questions when I've done pitches or competitions or anything like that. And so working in what I would consider to be basic information about the disability community into the pitch to kind of head that stuff off, and getting more used to, answering those kind of questions to get people on on what I would say is a pretty basic level of understanding of our community has definitely been a journey. But on the other hand, I've gotten a lot of support from other members of the community, and as I'm sure anybody else with chronic illness can relate, being able to control my own schedule is really wonderful for my health. And I've been really enjoying being an entrepreneur with a disability.
Awesome. Yeah, I can totally relate to that. Setting your own schedule, totally awesome. Definitely helpful. So Synergies Market, of course, we're doing our pilot program as a marketplace, and we were wondering what you would like to see from the Synergies Market in the future, or even in the next few years.
Yeah, so I think the Synergies Marketplace is a great idea. I'm very excited to be a part of the pilot. Some of the ideas that I had was either one, being able to kind of sort by other intersections of, women with disabilities, people of color with disabilities, or LGBT folks with disabilities, for just being able to support those kind of businesses as well. Or the other one was for the Lap Snap, we offer a price differentiated model for those with who are on SSI or SSDI pay less, and then people who aren't on those programs can afford to pay a little bit more. I think that might be an interesting thing for more of the marketplace to adopt.
Awesome. Great ideas. I love that. So what's your favorite story about your Lap Snap product? And what are some of the experiences your customers have had with it?
Yeah, so for those of you who might not have guessed, the Lap Snap is a collapsible carry-all designed with and for wheelchair users. So it sits directly on a wheelchair user's lap. There's a strap that clips in here, so you can wear it kind of like a giant fanny pack. And then there's these little pieces that pop out, and it'll squish right down when you're not using it. So I always love to see what people will come up with to put in their Lap Snaps. We originally designed it for my friend Sarah to go grocery shopping and to carry her stuff around at school because she's a teacher. But in our pilot user testing program, we saw people using it for everything: household chores, cooking, entertaining, traveling, gardening. That's really fun. One of my favorites was always about pets. So I have a cat who I love very much. And while I don't carry her around in the Lap Snap because I'm not a wheelchair user, she does occasionally love to hop in them when they're around the house, as they tend to be. But I've got one of the people who was our original user tester. She had 6 tiny dogs. I'm not sure what breed they were, but they were really small dogs. And she would carry them around in her Lap Snap. And another one of our users now, who helped us with our development of our limited upper limb mobility adaptations, for those who may need help with either the parachute clips. We can switch those out for magnets. We can add loops to the various moving parts. She has a service dog that when she and her dog travel, her dog will sit up and curl up into the lap snap. He's a larger dog, but when he curls up, he can fit, and it's very cute.
That's adorable.
I love to see that.
That's awesome. That is really cool. I love the whole pet thing. That's adorable. So in your experience, do you see the business community becoming more inclusive of individuals with disability?
I might be biased because I work in this industry, but I certainly think so. I think that there's been a lot of progress in the last several years. I know there's always more progress to be made, but I have seen a lot of more coverage and discourse about how to accommodate your employees, how to, just educating the larger public about what different kinds of disabilities are and might need. There's also been a lot of, I would say, maybe misguided attempts by larger organizations to make products for people with disabilities, who either haven't done enough work to consult with those individuals, or assumed what they needed, or they made this concept but then they didn't make it widely available to people. And that is something that I would love to see change in the future, and that's something that I would love, as a product design company focused on people with disabilities, to help change in the future.
Yeah. Oh, I totally relate to that. Having, our voices included in the whole process is a huge thing to making a product that actually works. And that's what I love about yours. It's like you saw an issue and made something that worked for them. So that's really cool. So what advice would you have for, someone else who's wanting to maybe start a business and they have a disability and they're looking to, maybe, start that whole adventure of entrepreneurship?
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge to be an entrepreneur with a disability. Being an entrepreneur in general is never easy. Being a person with a disability is never easy, but combining them doesn't make it any easier. But my advice to all kind of aspiring entrepreneurs is nobody knows your business better than you do. Like I said earlier, I have over the years gotten some pushback from more established community members in whatever kind of business programs or funding opportunities I was pursuing, that didn't understand my community and didn't understand what I was trying to do. And some of those suggestions were, would have made sense for a different company. Like my product is very high quality and therefore pricier than is affordable to everybody, but that might be affordable to everybody. But I got a lot of times like, oh, you should just make it in China so you can make it cheaper, which that might be a good option for some people. But for me, it was really important to have it's all made in America by people with disabilities. And so that was really important to me to kind of support the community on both obviously the product itself is for the community, but also then on the employment and opportunity side, there's so much of the time as a community we're underpaid, we're paid a sub-minimum wage. And so to work with a fabric goods, soft goods manufacturer that pays above that was really important to me. And so it's obviously harder in whatever country that you're not in or you don't speak the language to make sure that all of the ethics that you have and the pay that you want and supporting people with disabilities is happening. It's all just, it's hard enough when you're speaking the same language and you don't, live in the town or can't go to the factory. But it's even harder trying to do those things through Google Translate. So for me, it's really important that, like I said, the lap snap is all made in America. It's made by people with disabilities. And yes, that makes our product a bit pricier than if we were making it maybe somewhere less expensive. But, we'd love to lower our prices, but we won't lower our standards.
I love that. That's really awesome. So if a listener could do one thing right now to support your business, what would that be? Yeah,
well, if you're a wheelchair user and you think that you might benefit from using the lap snap, you should definitely go to our page and check it out. There's lots of information and some photos of other people using it, so you can kind of get an idea of the size, different applications, different ways it can attach to you or your chair. If you know a wheelchair user, the holidays are coming up. Whatever you or they celebrate, nobody is going to look a gift horse or a gift lap snap in the mouth. So consider buying one for your friend. And if you don't have somebody that you're close to that uses a chair, consider spreading the word. You know, we are a very small organization. I am the only full-time member. I'm lucky to work with some amazing volunteers, interns, and independent contractors, a lot of whom are also disabled. But I'm the only full-time person. And as I said, my background is in engineering. So marketing and sales is kind of not my core competencies. I'm lucky to work with an amazing disabled business owner named Raina of Willow Spoon Creative, who does all of our social media and a lot of our marketing stuff. But we can always use all the help we can get. So if you don't know anybody personally who could use our product, but you think it's cool and you'd like to support the work that we're doing, we'd love if you would share on, send it to somebody that you know, share it with your network, post about it on social media. You can use our handle @include.design to share our Facebook and Instagram posts. And yeah, just spread the word. We have a lot of our business comes through word of mouth. The disability community tends to be a loving and tight-knit community. And so the best thing that we can do is, get people interested in our product by, having them try it out and then having them spread the word. So that's, how we've done a lot of our user testing, our user interviews, our sales over the years is one person when it's just one other person to one other person. So if you've got one person that you could introduce us to or send our information their way, we would really love that.
Awesome. That's really cool. Yeah, I totally agree that, collaboration and community is really kind of the heart of like networking and business. And I kind of find that about the marketplaces too, that it's really kind of like a community based. So my question would be, how do you kind of like view marketplaces, and would you encourage like a new entrepreneur to kind of test marketplaces?
Yeah, I think marketplaces are great, especially ones like Synergies that are focused on a specific interest or community, because then you can obviously make sure that everything that you're buying is owned, made by a disabled-owned business. So you're supporting the community while you're doing your holiday shopping. And obviously there's products on there like the Lap Snap that are specifically for the disability community, but there's also, I know, a lot of products on there like yours that are not specific to our community and that can be purchased for anyone regardless of what abilities they might have. And so if you want to support our community but don't have someone in your life that needs a Lap Snap, there's lots of other sellers on the marketplace that you can still be supporting small businesses. It was just Small Business Saturday, and you can be supporting the disability community and disabled-owned business. So yeah, I would definitely tell any aspiring entrepreneurs or current entrepreneurs to consider joining a marketplace. I think it's really helpful I think it lends a little bit of legitimacy to your product. I think it can help. Like I said, marketing and sales is not my strong suit. So having, one other organization or one other person kind of working on that on the side, like this opportunity today, right? I wouldn't have had this opportunity if I wasn't on the marketplace, as well as, people might come across your product when they're not specifically looking for it. So we also sell the product on our own website, but obviously you're not going to end up on our website on accident. You're not going to be looking for shoes and then end up on the lapsnap.com. But if you're looking, I don't know if you guys sell shoes, but if you're looking for jewelry or shoes or bath bombs or whatever, and you are on the Synergies website because you're looking for gifts that are made by the disability community, then you might come across our product and say, wow, I wasn't thinking about that. But actually my friend Sam uses a wheelchair and I bet that he would love this. So yeah, I think being on a marketplace can really lead to those kind of surprise sales. And I think it's really helpful for smaller businesses like ours who may not have, the giant marketing budgets to run lots of ads online or rent out a billboard or whatever. Any kind of free publicity or accidental, people finding out about our product that may not have been directly looking for it can be super helpful.
Awesome. Yeah, for sure. I definitely think that's an awesome feature of a marketplace is like the collaborative marketing aspect where we can all like, work with each other and collaborate. And, I really love that aspect. Another question I had for you is there anything you would tell like the general public, something that maybe they don't know about disability or running a disability owned business that you would love like them to know?
Sure. So I have two things that I just came to mind. One for specifically about running a disability-owned business is things may take longer, and like just to be patient. I have, like I said, a chronic illness, and so sometimes I'm really productive and active and able to get lots of work done in one day, and sometimes I have a flare up and I don't get basically anything done all day. And I wish that I could turn on like a chronic illness filter on my email that would let people know, I'm not out of office technically, but I'm basically out of office. I'm not going to respond to your email. Who knows when I'll respond to your email? Something I think we've all gotten worse in during the pandemic. But just to have that extra level of patience when people are working with a business that's owned by somebody who has a disability, just to be a little bit gracious, a little bit understanding that you never know what level their disability is at today. Every day is different. And, just to be kind. And the thing that I would say that I would love people at large to know about the disability community in general is that we're bigger than you think we are. Whenever I have talked about my business, like I said, to funding opportunities or at a pitch competition or anything like that, I often get like, this is a really niche market. Like, this doesn't seem investable. It seems like more of a hobby kind of thing. And while I understand where that comes from, because a lot of, venture capitalists and other kind of funding sources like that, they want you to have a product or a service that can be bought by literally anybody. They underestimate how big our community is, right? So the total disposable income for working age people with disabilities is $490 billion. And that's just under the $500 billion of both the Black and Latinx communities. So it's very silly to consider that like we're not a economic force to be reckoned with. And also just percentage wise, like the most recent census found that 26% of Americans have some form of disability. So if you're not willing to make your business accessible, you have to be willing to lose every fourth customer that would walk or roll through your doors. And that's silly. The disability community is the largest minority in the world, and it's the only one that you can join at any time. So I think people should focus on being more aware and educating themselves.
Awesome. Yeah, for sure. Very well said. And the whole idea of, it's a huge untapped market, I believe, that people completely overlook and miss. And yeah, definitely, I think that's huge for us to see, a huge reason why we even started Synergies Market for, to bring a light to that. So thank you very much for, coming on and interviewing with us. And we're so excited to have you as part of Synergies Market.
Well, thank you so much. It's been wonderful to be here. And I hope that everybody watching checks out not only the Lap Snap on Synergies, but all the other awesome creators that we're talking to today and any that we're not talking to today and that are on the platform, because I've been looking around and there's a lot of really, really cool products on there. So happy holidays, and don't forget to do some shopping.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. We will now go to a brief break, and we'll talk to our next entrepreneur soon. So thank you.
Hello, hello.
Hey,
How are you doing, Dan?
good. You had me nervous. Technology is not my best. I was hoping I was logged on right, but can you see me okay?
I can, absolutely. And what a pleasure it is to see you and to get to chat again.
Mhm.
Um, just for everyone who is with us right now, my name is Paula Blanco. I am operations support at Synergies Work. And today I have the pleasure of speaking with Dan Parker, also known as the Blind Machinist.
Thank you.
No worries, Dan. I'm really happy that we get to sit down and to talk a little bit about you and your business and what's going on. But I think first we should give everyone an introduction on how the Blind Machinist got started. So can you tell us a little bit about your story?
Yeah, I would be happy to. So I'm the 2005 American Drag Racing League Pro Nitrous World Champion. I was a drag racer my whole life, and I built race cars for a living, which included me being a machinist, welder, fabricator. And on March 31st, 2012, I had a very violent wreck at 175 miles per hour, and I was in a coma for 2 weeks. During that time, my brain swelled, compressed my optic nerve, and killed it. So I'm 100% blind for life. Soon after coming home from the hospital, I made the conscious decision that I was not going to let blindness take away the passions and the love I have for metalworking and racing. Afterwards, I built a motorcycle, became the first blind man to race the Bonneville Salt Flats. I also set a record. And on March 31st, 2022, I set the Guinness record for the fastest car driven blindfolded at 211.043 miles per hour. And that makes me the fastest blind man in the world. And that was exactly 10 years to the date of my wreck, almost to the hour of my wreck. But while I was designing and building my land
Wow.
speed Corvette, the struggles of any project that big, the financial side is tough. And so I had some pin wood turning kits left over from I had done some woodworking, and I was in the shop piddling on my lathe, and I made 6 pins. They were polished, and they were my very first ones. And I put on that Facebook one night, I said, I made these pins to give to sponsors, but if anybody would like one for $50, I'll make you one and send it to you. Donations go to the Corvette. The next morning, I woke up and had 12 orders, which was great because it helped the Corvette project. So as time went
So
along,
that's how you got started. That's an
yeah,
amazing story. Can you tell us a little bit about the different challenges and opportunities that you've kind of come across as a disabled business founder?
yeah, there's struggles, and I listened to the lady that was on before with the lap sack, and any entrepreneur, any business owner is tough. You you will sacrifice you not bringing home a paycheck to make sure if you have any employees they get paid, but also the rest of the bills. And if there's anything less of the slice of the pie, which is not often, especially at the very beginning, you're fortunate. And so, starting a business without the disability side is tough. Then add the disability side, in my case, the blindness side. So also I suffer from a traumatic brain injury, and so I have good days and bad days. But trying to market your product, get your product known, is so tough. It's so challenging. You hope that the story of overcoming and everything that goes with it helps you, share your product. But on the same token, that we have to take so much of the marketing side upon ourselves because, I can't afford to pay somebody to do it. So I'm basically a one-man band, so I have to do everything I can the best I can. And technology is not necessarily my forte. I tell everybody I'm a hammer and chisel kind of guy. I want to be out in the shop running my mill machine or my lathe. And But we have to adapt. You have to set aside time for your marketing side of it, and that's that's probably one of the biggest struggles. Once people find my story and they hold one of my pens in their hand, they're they're really impressed, with what I make. I like to take a few if I can and describe my pens and show them. Will that be okay?
Yeah, sure. Go right ahead.
Okay. So this is what I call my slim. Can you see it okay?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So this is burnt bronze. So I make these two aluminum half of the bodies. I have to cut them on my lathe within 10 thousandths. So that's 3 sheets of notebook paper, the lengths. Then I have to sand them, deburr them, drill and ream them within a half a thousandth. So that's 1/3 the thickness of a piece of notebook paper, how accurate the inside has to be. Then I put this knurl on there as a grip. Then I send the bodies off and have them Cerakoted, different colors. It's a really durable ceramic based coating. Then once they get finished coating, I have a special machine that I designed and modified, and I press all the pin parts together. So that's my slim. And then let me find so this is my executive. It's a larger diameter pin. Um, and I found several people with some, like one lady had Parkinson's, so she had a hard time, controlling her hand. She said the heavier pin really helped that with a large diameter with the grip. So it has ball dimples machine in it. The same process of cutting the pin parts, drilling, reaming, but on these, I machined 6 rows of these dimples, and that gives it the grip. Once I get them coated, then I assemble them all together. Now, those two types of pins all come with a wooden presentation box that has my life motto, "You can make excuses or make it happen," laser engraved onto the box. So every one of those comes with it automatically when you order one through my website. So it makes a good gift for somebody. And then my last pen that I'm most proud of, I call it my Made in America. When COVID hit, you know, I was basically just here at the house all the time by myself, and I wanted to design a pen from scratch that was 100% made in America, and this is it. So every part of this pen I designed by myself, prototyped everything by myself. It has a bolt action mechanism that I machined by myself that allows the ink cartridge to, come in and out. This clip starts as a piece of 7/8 hexagon stock, and after about 2.5 hours of machining, it forms just that clip. This whole pen, every part unscrews. So it has a Fisher Space Pen, which was the pen cartridges designed for the Apollo missions in the 60s for space. So they're made in America. Every part of this is made in America, and these come with a base and 2 stands, so you could proudly display this on your desk. And it's laser engraved. This pen was designed and hand machined by Dan Parker, the blind machinist. You can make excuses or make it happen. And so this pen they're very unique. This is black cherry with black accent trim parts. 2 of these are waiting on the laser engraving right now because 2 of these are going to Australia. I have 4 sold right now, but they're a very special pen that is worthy for any desk, whether a CEO of a corporation or President of the United States. This is really a really unique pen, and I'm very proud of those.
And
So I'm sorry, go ahead.
that's very nice. Dan, so I just wanted to make sure, which one is the pen that's right now on the Synergies Market?
Okay, so the Slim and the Executives are the ones that's on the market. Um, so this is again the Slim. This is burnt bronze, and I have about 7 colors. So I have a color that everybody will like, and the Executive, and this is the pink that we did for the Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And we have some of these left. And so these 2 pens are the ones that's on the market now.
Very neat. Dan, I think you know, so the Synergies Market is a pilot program. We're just getting started, but you know, as we grow, we want the direction to really be driven by founders like yourself. And we wanted to ask, what do you see the Synergies Market being like in the future or in the next few years? How do you feel about being on here too?
I'm proud to be part of it. You know, I participated in the Synergies Work cohort, I think 2 years ago now, and it's great networking with other people with disabilities. And the marketplace is just broadening our exposure to the world, you know, through everything, all the work that Synergy does. You know, every time that's a plus for everybody with a personal disability, you know, to let people know what we can accomplish independently. You know, there's so many talented people with disabilities that have so many skills that the world doesn't know about. And I think that's
true.
one thing that the synergies and the marketplace will help share the world what's possible and what we're capable of.
Awesome. In your experience, how has your business been received by, you know, the larger business community? And how have you seen, you know, the people that purchase your pen react to your story?
It's been great. You know, so many people compliment, you know, my website is theblindmachinist.com. I have 2 Facebook pages, The Blind Machinist and Tragedy Triumph Racing. And I have people comment that, you know, my story of overcoming inspires them, but then they buy a pen, and when they have it in their hand and they appreciate what it took to machine and make this pen, and to understand that a person that's 100% blind has done it, it inspires them what they can do, you know, not letting anything hold them back. And so that's really rewarding to me. And the support I've had worldwide, I have pens in Australia, the UK, Canada, you know, so I'm really blessed that I've had a lot of people support me and believe in me.
That's awesome. That's awesome. You know, you've been in business for a couple of years now, and I know, you know, a lot of our viewers might be thinking about or toying with the idea or just starting with their journey in entrepreneurship. What advice would you give aspiring entrepreneurs with disabilities?
Believe in yourself, surround yourself with supporters, and distance yourself from doubters, because it's hard enough, you know, starting a business on your own. But then when you have sometimes, and everybody's gonna be, and I include me, we're gonna have times of self-doubt. You know, can I do this? Is this worth it? And in the long run, it is worth it. And so you need a team that's positive. You know, people that's believing you and pushing you to, you know, go for your goal. And then that also pushes yourself to learn more about your trade, what you're doing, what you're selling, and what you need to do to promote the business. So the biggest thing I tell people, believe in yourself, believe in your dreams, you know, with purpose, passion, and perseverance, anything is possible.
Yeah, and I know that that's one of the big things for the Synergies Market is that we are a community, you know, on our platform, on the market, just in the different cohorts. We really do band together and support each other, and it's very interesting to see because everyone is really motivated to work on what they're doing, but they're also motivated to say, "Hey, I can contribute." To your little piece or to what you're working on right now. So I think that this Synergies Market is going to be an extension of that. And I hope you find that same support here as well. If someone's listening out there, what is one thing that you would tell them to do that they can do to support your business right now?
Purchase a pen. And if you can't, you know, these make great Christmas gifts. If you have a special boss or coworker, it's that time of the year, purchase a pen. But if you can't afford it or you don't want to purchase a pen, do what's free. Share it. Share the Blind Machinist on your social media. Tell people, that you've heard about me, the story, the fine writing instruments that I make, and that's worth so much because it's tough. When you're small, the algorithms don't necessarily promote, the small person much, and so you need all the help you can, and that's a blessing for any of us.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So, what are you up to right now? What has the blind machinist been doing lately?
So I've been trying to transition to also become a speaker. Recently, I took my land speed Corvette to the Audubon Country Club in Joliet, Illinois. I spoke to a IT team from a business. I shared my story of overcoming, but also blended it in how in every major milestone of success since I went blind, accessibility has had a part of it, and how we need digital accessibility, workplace accessibility, and accessibility to the real world. And I shared that with the team, and I think they really took away how important accessibility is. And one thing I preached to them that I had a couple of engineers come up to me afterwards and we were talking, and I told them, I said, digital accessibility is if a company's beta testing, they don't need a level 10 accessibility person doing the testing. They need a level 5 or 6, the average person. Because if the average person can access a website, navigate a website, or something like that, then the level 10 person obviously can, and more likely a level 1 or 2 or 3 person can learn to get to that point. And that's better for the long run for everybody. Don't make it to where it's so tough, and try to build accessibility on the front end, not an afterthought. And that is cheaper for them in the long run and also better, for the community.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that was a big, concern for us launching the Synergies Market was really to provide that equal access so that entrepreneurs, coming from all different backgrounds and with all different skill sets could say, I want to be online. I want to share my products with the world. And, I might, need a specific place or just have to find the place that really fits me or that supports me in a way that helps me do what I do and helps me be successful. So it's definitely a key component here. It's a philosophy that we live by, and we're just getting started, but we're really excited to see how this kind of propels everyone forward. So I'm glad you got to chat with those engineers, because spreading the word and helping people understand what a big impact it makes is invaluable.
And that's our daily lives, not necessarily, a workplace is a major part of it, because if we're not accessible in the workplace, we can't have jobs. Sadly, one of the statistics I first learned after going blind was that 70% of the blind are unemployed in America and 99% worldwide. So I hope my story, me out there running my lathe and mill machine and everything safely in my shop, helps other people with disabilities get a job, because then if the employer sees me and what I'm capable of, then they're going to believe in the next person with disabilities that they can do it. We might need a little bit more time to adapt, or a few things that might be not quite the normal, but we can adapt to so much in life. And I'm hoping my story helps other people, break barriers for other people to get employment.
Mm. Can you share a story about a favorite experience that you've had, maybe with a customer, or just a reaction that you've had as you've gone about and shared your story, shared your products?
Yep. So drag racing has always been a major part of my life. I first drag raced when I was 8 years old on a mini bike and all motorcycle class at our local drag strip. And a friend of mine won his world championship, his first world championship. And just a few days before I was going to a race in South Georgia where he was going to be at, I decided I wanted to make a pin for every one of his, for him and every one of the teammates, and then we also had one of the boxes custom laser engraved, you know, Steve Jackson, NHRA world champion. And we presented that to him and the team, and they were so emotional. They just, they were blown away by the story. Some of the team didn't know me at the time, but to be able to give back to somebody in the racing world, it was good for me and good for them. They have that display on their desk every day, and when they have struggles, life struggles, just like all of us do, they can say, well, if Dan can do that right there for me, then I think I can, try a little harder and get over these bad times we're now. Racing is so many highs and lows. There can't be one winner, and so but you got to fight for it, and that's the same thing with business. You got to fight every day to earn your spot in the world.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let me think. When we are talking about, the business aspect and the things that you're working on moving forward, what are you most excited for now that you are on the market?
The biggest thing is, like I said, I want to have my story shared, people understand it, and then I think most people, once they understand it and they understand the difficulties that it took to machine those parts, they appreciate it. I have a quote that I might start incorporating on some of my boxes. We cannot erase the future, but we cannot erase the past, but we can write our future. And that's, it's tough, to know that some of the stuff that we have to go through on a daily basis of personal disabilities. I have a traumatic brain injury, and I have bad days and good days, but I'm blessed that my machine shop is in my backyard. So if I'm having a good day, I walk 10 feet and go in my shop and turn on my radio and run my machinery. But bad days, I just have to, have a lot of bad headaches and just do what I can do to get by with that. But, and everybody has good days and bad days. And I hope my pens and my story helps inspire people. And at the same time, I hope it's helped break barriers for all people with disabilities to help get jobs and acceptance into the world. If a blind man can drive a car 212 miles an hour, almost anything is possible.
That's very true. It's really an impressive feat, and you're really dedicated to your craft and to sharing that message. I know that comes through with the pens that you produce. So I'd really encourage everyone that's watching to take a look. I know myself, I love stationery and all things related. So it's really a unique item. And again, the story behind it, it's impressive. And it's also, like you said, it's a precision craftsmanship. So there is value in that. There's value not just in the story, but in the quality of things that you produce, and that's something that we want to highlight for all of our makers on here. We love the stories, we love our founders, and their unique backgrounds, but also their amazing quality items.
That I've said since day one when I started machining my pens and selling them, I don't want people to buy a pen just because I'm blind. I want people to know the story because I'm blind, but when they pick up that pen and put it in their hand, they're amazed at the quality, the craftsmanship, and the attention to detail. And then when they find out that a blind person does it, if you give it as a gift, that just makes a story extra special. And I want it to stand on my merits that, if I sell something it's a very quality piece, and I take pride in every one that I make.
That's great. That's great. All right, Dan, are there any last words that you'd like to close us out with? I know people watching, if you want to take a look, we just had a conversation with Dan Parker, the blind machinist, and he has his shop on the Synergies Market live now. He has the executive pen, right? Executive and slim pen?
Yep, that's correct. Yep.
Executive and slim pens on the market. We really want to encourage you to support our founders and think of yourself, think of your family or your friends for these amazing items in the holiday season, or really just because you know that they'll love them. All right.
That's what I want. I like to thank Artie and everybody at Synergies for all they do with everybody in the community of people with disabilities. You know, y'all are making a difference, and everybody keeps working together. We're going to keep promoting and encouraging the people with disabilities to have a business and let them continue to grow.
Absolutely. Well, it was a pleasure to see you again, to get to chat with you, Dan. I can't wait to hear more amazing things from the blind machinist. And yeah, we'll keep going with our live in just a couple more minutes. Thank you, Dan. It's a pleasure.
Okay. Y'all have a great day.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
on the marketplace. Okay.
Oh,
No, we can't hear him.
Hi, everybody. Sorry about that. So today we have a little surprise. We have Arti and Angad who are going to be joining us just for a brief moment before our next guest. Arti is the founder of Synergies Work, and Angad is the founder of two businesses, Chai Ho Tea and Let Me Do It. So I'm going to hand it off to them to just give you guys a little bit of a special message on this Giving Tuesday during our live stream.
No, before we let you go, Shlok, we have an update on the numbers, right, for the Synergies Market?
Yes. So we just broke $1,000 in sales on the Synergies Market.
Yay.
So our goal for this this Giving Tuesday is to raise $5,000 in direct sales to our entrepreneurs. So if you're watching this live stream, please go to thesynergiesmarket.org. We've got tons of items. We've got over 100 products there, all from disability-owned businesses, all from disabled entrepreneurs. And it's the perfect time to get your holiday shopping in. I know I usually delay my holiday shopping. So if you forgot, now's the time to jump on and explore our incredible entrepreneurs.
Yeah, and today is just a fun day for after all the shopping that we have been doing for ourselves, starting from the Thanksgiving, Black Friday, Cyber Monday. I guess we are saying continue shop, but now shop with an impact. I think as we always say, Synergies Market is one of really innovative platforms that is trying to close the gap between the businesses run by disabled founders and the larger market. It is our way of bringing the buyers and the sellers together. So there's such incredible talent in this community, and I get there are so many people who don't know. So it's our way of saying that let's extend beyond the National Disability Employment Awareness Month, where everybody is trying to talk about the disability employment or founders, but extend it beyond that month of October to all the other 11 months and really promote the businesses that exist today. And with me is Angad, would you like to introduce yourself, Angad?
I'm Angad Segala. I'm 23 years old.
And what do you do?
I have two businesses. One is my app called Let Me Do It, and empower people with disability have their own voice. And I have other business, Chai Ho. I mean that have tea together, and I have also flavor. I have
You want to showcase?
turmeric and masala and rose, hibiscus and masala.
No, this is
basil maybe. Chamomile.
Yeah. So why did you start this business, Angad?
I like cheese. Cheese is good for you. It's good for immune systems and cholesterol.
Yeah. And any message to people who are looking for holiday gifts?
Go charity, go to Synergies Work Market, and this is your holiday gift.
Say, I have trained Angad well. So it's a great opportunity for everyone to do your holiday gifting at Synergies Market. There are different reasons. Entrepreneurship. Why did you become an entrepreneur, Angad? Why did you start your business?
Entrepreneur is in my DNA. My mom runs the Synergies Work. Check my mom's website. My dad's a co-founder, and my brother is in New York, runs a startup in New York. And entrepreneur is in my DNA.
Yeah, so entrepreneurship is in your DNA.
Yeah, entrepreneur is my DNA.
Thank you so much for joining me today.
You're welcome, Mom.
Yes. So I guess the reason why Synergies Work was founded was the person standing next to me. It's Angad.
Angad Sega.
Yes, there is a favorite line that I always use, and I'll say it that the soft bigotry of low expectations. Our work at Synergies Work is breaking that myth, raising the bar, showcasing the immense talent that exists in this community, and bridging the gap that exists between the disability community and the larger community, basically closing the disability wealth gap through entrepreneurship. So our this year for the Giving Tuesday today, we are saying all the money that all the funding that you're going to, money that you want to spend today, directed to the entrepreneurs. Everything goes directly to the entrepreneurs that we support. As an organization, Synergies Work is only keeping 3%, which are the transaction fee, but it's total transparency of promoting our entrepreneurs. So get to the Synergies Work marketplace and do your holiday shopping. And just hang around here for a couple of minutes more, because we have a stream of other entrepreneurs who are showcasing their products at Synergies Market, who will be telling their story and sharing their products and services with you. And I can promise you, no pressure, just listen to them. So it'll be a fun afternoon to spend with them. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Arti. Thank you, Angad.
Yeah.
Guys, we're going to have our next guest coming on in just around 7 minutes. So stick around and you'll get to meet Kimberly. Hey, Kimberly, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing great. Wow, what is that behind you? I know normally there are a bunch of cards.
I
Those
know.
are giant cards.
So, look, here I go. Yeah, there is some cards up there. There's a happy birthday card. There are Merry Christmas cards for my doggy collection. And those are just some, not sure how they got there, but they're there. But
Okay, I might be jumping the gun. Doggy collection has my ears perked. But I,
see,
but for the audience, let's introduce ourselves so they know who we are. So, hey, everybody who's just tuning in, my name is Shlok Shah. I'm operations director over at Synergies Work. Today, you're joining us for our Giving Tuesday live stream. So what that means is all throughout the day, we are featuring incredible entrepreneurs who are on our marketplace, the Synergies Market. You can find all the products they're talking about on there. And our goal for today is to get $5,000 in sales through the marketplace. And all those sales, Synergies Work does not take a cut or anything. That money goes directly to the entrepreneurs minus a 3% payment processing fee, which we have to pay. The credit card companies won't let us do it otherwise. But everything you put into it goes straight to the entrepreneurs, and you get to support small disability-owned business. Hopefully not small for too long, because you guys are going to be spending so much money at these awesome businesses. So Kimberly, why don't you introduce yourself?
hi, everybody. My name is Kimberly Baker. I am the proud owner of Kimmy's Heart Cards. And I have been with Synergies Works for like 2 years, maybe now, a year and a half. Yeah, fairly new. I'm fairly new.
Okay, Kimberly, it doesn't feel like you're fairly new. It feels like we've known you forever. But
I know,
awesome.
I know.
No, so it's good to have you here. Let's kind of dive right in. Why don't you tell the audience a little bit about your story and how you got into the card making business?
Sure. So I had emergency brain surgery February 24th of 2020, the same date of my oldest daughter's birthday. I was told by the ENT that I had vertigo, so no need to worry. I went to the emergency room one day and found out I had two glioblastomas on my brainstem, and that is two tumors that were malignant. And I worked in the hospitality industry for 22 years. And of course, after you have brain surgery, you're no longer an asset to corporations. So once I found Synergy Works through a support group with Southeastern Brain Tumor Society, I learned I had a purpose still. And even though big corporations don't find me valuable, I found myself to be valuable in my purpose. And I started making cards for the residents, I call us residents, that we were all rehabbing at the Shepherd Center. And we were all in there for, it was COVID and the world was getting locked down. And I started making cards for everybody on the unit. And one day, just ironically, God had me and this young man named Jack meet. And he became blind because of his accident. And he said, I always wanted to thank the person that made me a card that was on the unit. And I bawled for about really 3 days. And after that, I was like, okay, God, I know what my purpose is. And it's to bring a touch of Kimmy's heart to everyone.
Oh, that's beautiful. So I do see we've got some of Kimmy's heart cards behind you. So now we can talk about what I was eager to learn. You said a pet collection.
Yes. So what I did was I started making the cards with pets on them because a friend of mine who owns pets, she's like, well, why don't you ever do something for us pet lovers? And I was like, oh yeah. So as I started creating, these two buddies came in mind, and every card, well, these are called postcards because cards are by folks. So these are postcards to where you can just gift this to someone and write on the back of them. So there's a happy birthday in the middle. See, it's hard because I'm on the camera, so I don't know. I don't know which way to point.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I see the happy birthday in the middle.
Yes, it has a ribbon in the middle. It's a yellow ribbon in the middle, and then if you move over, I don't know, to the right or left because I cannot tell what side of the camera I'm on. But let's just say the guy with the Santa hat. There you go.
Okay.
We can call him Fido. So Fido has in his Santa hat, he has some beautiful rhinestones on there, and on the top of the stars, there's some beautiful gold and silver stars as well. And Fido in the middle, we'll say Fido's baby sister. She's blue. She's blue with red ornaments, and then there's some jewels that's on the inside of there. And then if you see, I knew I was going to do that. So over here is a 3D happy birthday card with gold butterflies that stick up above above the postcard there. I hope I explained those are. I have a lot more. Those are just the ones that happen to behind me.
Kimberly is a marketeer, if nothing else. But so I definitely want to see some other cards in a minute. But Kimberly, I think one thing I've noticed, especially over time, is your cards have kind of evolved to a new level lately with this 3D feature that you've added, where it's not just a flat card with a unique design, but there's something that pops out at you, like the butterflies or the jewels.
Yeah.
What inspired that? Because I know for a while you were making flat cards, and they looked awesome. I think this is what really unique.
Yeah, when I go places and I always look at other people's cards and I'm like, what can I do different than a big Hallmark that has billions of dollars to do this? And I'm, at home making a card between my chronic pain and between, headaches that put me down for days. What can I do? And I was like, I could definitely find some material that would make the card come alive, so that when someone is displaying a card, they'll walk by and be in awe of just the little things. That's how I'm taking life in now, that I've become a part of this beautiful community of disabled entrepreneurs, and a community that's unashamed just to dance unashamed. And I just absolutely love it. And I just wanted my cards to be different.
That's awesome. No, so you mentioned you had some other cards to share. I know I've got like some questions I can ask you, but I want to see these cards.
Okay, so I'm not sure how you can see that. Oh.
Yeah, we can see it pretty well.
Okay, so this is a Merry Christmas blue and gold card. It has on the bottom, you see that? It's like a glitter trim, and then I've trimmed it out with the gold, and then the middle, I don't see if you see that guy shining.
Yeah, we can see a lot of shine. Don't worry about that.
I put the shine on the middle there because I'm just like, and this is just a postcard. So where you just fill it out on the back and then send it in to one of your loved ones. I have more. I have one that's an actual postcard. Let's see. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
This is hard. Can you guys see that? I hope so.
Yeah. But here, I'm gonna put you solo on screen so you can showcase it better.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Okay, so this is a postcard, the address there, and it's a Merry Christmas postcard. You just fill this out, put on the back your love. And I have a new line of cards. They're called stocking stuffers. They're really little, and everybody has their kids, grandkids. You can put your message on the back. It has my logo on the back, and it says cards made to inspire. Kimmy's Heart 316. Why 316? Why John 316? That was the most Googled scripture after Tim Tebow put it on his face the day he won the game. So this is one of my stocking stuffing cards. Next, we have Bury Me Red. You see her? She has a gem on the middle there. You know what? I don't know why this has to be mirrored. Like, okay, I think I got it. Okay, and there's like little gems there on that. And then you turn on the back, and it is blank. the next you have one of my favorites. I absolutely love color. So this is a red and blue. It has a little stars there. And this one says, wishing you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year's. How cute is that? Look at the little stone there. Then you turn on the back. It's blank. It's in the details. You don't need a lot to make a very big impact. I looked up the word disabled and it means defective. We're not defective at all.
Yeah, those are awesome, Kimberly. And for those who are watching, I've just put a link in the chat to where you can go and explore all of Kimberly's cards. She's got them listed on the Synergies Market. And I believe, Kimberly, if people want to request like a special, like a unique custom card, they can also do that with you, right?
Yes, actually, yeah. All of my cards are personalized. I've so the card is over there, and if I reach over there, am I going to mess up the screen? Because I want to show you a card that you could send me 3 pictures, and I can have it put in a card for you.
Yeah. Well, go ahead. I'm very curious. I want to see this, so go for it. We've got some time.
So it's this one. So that's not me, but you see there where you can have 3 pictures sent in to me. And I can put your name on there. Where is it? I'm the Baker family, but of course this isn't me. Merry Christmas, anything you want on there, and then I bling out the actual little lights on there, and then I send it back to you.
Oh, that's really cool. And I would assume you can do the same for pets if you wanted to feature a pet on there.
I can. I mean, if your pet name is Foxy, I can put Foxy Roxy on there, whatever you would like. And pray that your pet can read it one day.
So, Kimberly, us at Synergies Work have had kind of the pleasure, the honor of watching your business grow and your cards evolve and your artistry evolve. So what would you tell somebody or maybe what would you tell Kimberly from 2 years ago, that brand new entrepreneur who's thinking, hey, I'm thinking about starting a business?
I would say do it scared. I would say do it without knowing the outcome. I would say do it in fear. I would say just do it, because everything that you have in yourself that you did for centuries for another company to be successful, it's still in you. You just have to redirect your path. You just have to take that step, and whichever way it's giving you, whether you're doing it in a wheelchair, whether you're doing it on crutches, a walker, you're still on the same path. You just got redirected like that GPS does. She takes you on the same path. Yes, recalculate. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, you just got to recalculate your steps. That's it.
I love that. That's awesome. So I have another question for you. I know that when you first started, you were kind of just selling your cards to friends and family, and now it's really expanded. You're selling like them to larger organizations, national organizations. I know you're selling them to local businesses as well. So tell us a little bit about that transition, because I think that's a really important point for an entrepreneur. Or hey, I'm no longer just selling it to people I know. I'm actually selling it to people who don't know anything about me, but they love my product.
Mm-hmm. It's one of those things where it started, like you said, it started by word of mouth, and then it got to where someone's seen a card displayed at their house, and then they're like, oh, these are nice. Does she do Christmas cards? And then it became repeat people, return customers. And then it went to, okay, who do I still remember that works at a hotel that I can get maybe 2 or 3 of these in their gift shop, and let's just see how it works. Or, can I get this at a church, in Arkansas that my dad is over? And, it just started like that, but I had to do it in fear. And this is, being an entrepreneur, it is lonely. You are by yourself, but you can do it. You can make your own hours. You could take that break, when you need to lay down and be in dark because of that chronic headache. You have the ability to make what you want to make for your purpose, because we all still have purpose. And it's just Synergy Works allows you to be in a community of the same mindset of people who have the same purpose, and that is to shine within them, because they're allowing the light to be shined on them and not for another corporation.
Okay, that's pretty beautiful. What I'll say for the audience who's listening in is, even though Kimberly right now is the most eloquent speaker, she probably does this, essentially for a living. She gets invited to speak at events because she's so awesome about telling her story and inspiring things within you. But I remember for Kimberly's demo day, when she was first pitching her business, that was not the same Kimberly. She was pretty nervous. Can you tell us
crying.
Can you tell us a little bit about that evolution? Because I think when we're, especially if you're somebody listening in who is thinking about getting into entrepreneurship and you're nervous because maybe getting in front of people is not your strong suit. What was that transformation like? How do you talk to somebody who may be really nervous about actually being an entrepreneur and putting themselves out there?
So the first thing I did was I got into a public speaking class, Toastmasters, because I was like, I need confidence. I have to do this. And that came by Synergy Works. Like, I believe it was you who told me you need to get your confidence back. And I was like, well, who stole it? Like, I want it back. It's mine. So I joined Toastmasters to help with the speaking. That helps so much. And then I started telling everyone I ran into about my testimony. Like, I would literally be at the grocery store after crying in the parking lot because of having anxiety and not wanting to go in there and having the sensory of the lights and noise. And then as soon as I get in there, I would tell the cashier, so you know what? So I told everybody my testimony who wanted to listen, and that helped me become better at speaking as well, because I want to be able to be an effective speaker, because I can't call myself an ambassador of Christ and not tell anybody. Just not how that's going to work.
And Kimberly, you said your testimony. What does that mean? What is that?
Yeah, so my testimony is that testimony is a story, but it's a testimony is how you achieve the test. So a testimony is just a test that you have overcome. For me, it was being able to have a brain surgery for 2 days, and after the brain surgery, we learn how to walk and talk and eat and breathe. And the testimony is that after losing everything 3 years ago, God is still able to do exceedingly and abundantly beautiful things. And I'm a living, breathing, walking testimony.
That's awesome. And one other thing I think that you do really well, Kimberly, is the collaborative side of things. I've seen you connect with entrepreneurs in your cohort from almost 2 years ago, all the way to the new folks who come through. And I think there's always really beautiful opportunities for entrepreneurs with disabilities to support each other and to amplify what you're doing. So if you can tell me, what is your favorite collaboration you've done, or your favorite story you've had of working with another entrepreneur?
Oh, that's so hard because there's so many. So there's
let's not make you pick favorites. What is one that is memorable?
Okay, I would have to go with Daniel, the voiceover gentleman. Daniel, I met him. We had already had talked, so we formed a relationship, a talking friendship, a really good friendship. But I didn't meet him in person until the Eddie Awards. So, but then there's Matt, who I met on Synergy Works. Him and his wife have been, oh my gosh, he's just like a part of my family. He's one that's seen my what do you call it, pitch, and then so we've been joined at the hip ever since. So there's Matt, and then there's Paula, who I absolutely love, and then there's Jennifer, and then there's Jasmine. There's so many people. I'm sorry, I can't name just one.
Okay. Well, you've named
Trevor. I love Trevor. Oh, okay.
No, all good, all good. That was awesome. So clearly, Kimberly loves collaborating, and that's something we really push at Synergies Work. That hey, yes, you are an entrepreneur, but you're not doing this alone. You're part of a much larger community, and now our community is like almost 300 entrepreneurs. So there's a lot of opportunities to connect, and especially when we're talking about the Synergies market. I know earlier in the day we were having a few conversations about how it's not just being on a marketplace, but it's being a part of a similar group of entrepreneurs online. If you're selling your products on your own website or on Amazon or on Etsy or something, a lot of times it feels like, hey, it's just me on here against a bunch of corporations who are nameless, faceless, and I'm it's me against the world. But when you join a community like the Synergies Work and the Synergies Market, I think it becomes a collective movement. And all throughout the day, people are promoting their products or talking about their products, but I think everybody has said, hey, you can find my products on here, and there's also really cool other products made by other entrepreneurs with disabilities. So I love that collaboration. I think, Kimberly, you embody that aspect of it.
Thank you. Thank you. And I do want to tell everyone is the one common theme that I've heard each entrepreneur say is that they care about when people get their products, they care about how they feel about it. So it's not like we're in this to be a bill. Hey, I mean, and if Oprah wants to see this, it's fine. I will, try that. But we're not we're not in it just to be billionaires. We're in it because we absolutely know that there is something left in us, and it's to care and have compassionate for people. And when people get our arts and our crafts and our designs, we want them to feel that a different way about it.
Yeah, and this is kind of peeling back the curtain a little bit. But the first thing we talk about in pretty much any program we run is purpose, because we don't want entrepreneurs just launching businesses because hey, I heard that I could launch a card making business and make $1 million. Those going into it just for the money tends not to be what works out. But when you know why you're doing something, and I think Kimberly is a perfect example of the why behind everything that she does. That's what really can help take your business to the next level. And also it just energizes you. Like all the enthusiasm that you see from Kimberly is because she's doing what she loves.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And when I love to do it, that's a huge part of it. Cause it's when, and it's how, and it's where it is definitely being the boss of yourself and not being able to fire yourself, because you're not going to give yourself a pink slip.
That's an interesting way to look at it. Not being able to fire yourself. Well, you can't just tell your employee to leave because they're not doing a good job. You have to make them do better.
Right. Exactly. And then remember why you started it. What's the why behind it? That's huge for me, and that's something I learned in Synergy too. And I remember Artie will tell you, she will, absolutely help you remember why you contacted Synergies in the first place.
Yep. So, Kimberly, before we wrap up, one question I wanted to ask you was, the Synergies Market is a pilot program. We're testing the waters to see how much support do we have from our community for disability-owned businesses. But as we grow and as we continue to build on it, we want to do it with the input of our community. So, let's say a few years from now, where would you like the platform to be? Is there like something that you would really want to see on it? Is there an experience that you'd love to have that you don't see anywhere else for entrepreneurs with disabilities that you want to that you think we can build towards?
I definitely would like to see it as far as like when a person is able to go home and they do get that literature about, hey, here's the follow-up, that you all would be in that literature, because people need to know once they're told you can no longer work, but you can do this. And that's that's like a aha moment, as Oprah would say, if anybody wants to tag her. But definitely, I think you should.
Already watching, Kimberly, don't worry.
I definitely think you all should be in some literature that says that even though you lost a job working with NASA, you can still come on over to Synergy Works we care about you. This is your new community.
Yeah, and I think that applies to not just people who have disabilities
Yeah.
or who have a traumatic experience that made them lose their job, but I think anybody, if you're doing something that doesn't make you feel valued, entrepreneurship is an awesome option. That
Yeah.
where you can do something that you love and something that you enjoy.
Yeah. 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 Because
So
I would have never been able to do it unless I became disabled. I would have never done this.
awesome. Well, any parting words, Kimberly?
Not really. I just hope I didn't. Oh, Madeline. Love Madeline too. I don't. No, I don't. I'm sorry. I don't have any. Just step out and do it in fear. You can do it.
Yeah, I think that's the slogan for your interview. Do it in fear. I heard that a lot throughout. All right, awesome. Well, thank you so much, Kimberly. We're about to go into our next interview with Madeline, who Kimberly called out. But we're going to take a quick break. For anybody who has just joined us, thank you for joining the Synergies Work, Synergies Market live stream. All throughout the day, we're interviewing entrepreneurs from the Synergies Market, which is our online marketplace for disability-owned businesses. We encourage you to go on there and check out the products we have. We've got over 100 products on the Synergies Market, all by disability-owned businesses. You can check them out. It's the perfect time to buy your holiday presents and support, and not just buy things for the sake of buying them, but also having an impact. So we'll be back in just about 2 or 3 minutes. And up next, we've got Madeline Smith, who's going to be getting interviewed by Jennifer Parr.
Yay! Thank you.
All right, thanks, Kimberly.
welcome back, everyone. This is Jen Parr, and I am the operations coordinator at Synergies Work. And today is Giving Tuesday, and we are featuring our Synergies Market, which is a marketplace with all of our businesses and entrepreneurs who have a disability. And today we're going to be talking to Madeline Smith of Blind Bear Creative.
Hey, Jen, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Awesome. So can you tell us a little bit about your journey of how you started your business?
Yes. So as people may be able to tell from the title of the business, I am visually impaired. I'm legally blind and a guide dog user. That's my puppy up there, whose name is Mercury. And I started my business with the main goal of teaching others how to be accessible when they create online communities, platforms, businesses, websites, anything you find on the internet needs to be accessible. That came from me just being really involved in other people's social media, from student groups to volunteer jobs that I did and working in different jobs and like doing social media for other businesses and things. It got really frustrating, really understanding how inaccessible a lot of digital media is specifically for blind people, just because, alt text is not something that we really advocate about. And so a lot of frustration just around inaccessibility of the internet in general. And that's really what kickstarted me into creating my business. So now I teach people how to achieve accessibility, essentially. And I really wanted to have a business that was really based in art, because I've always been an artist, but it's really hard to, paint on a canvas with paint when you're blind. So I do all of my artwork digitally now. I started with graphic design, which was very basic, for social media and things like that. And now today, I do custom digital art, like something that you could put on a canvas and look like a painting, but it's all done digitally through Procreate and different software like that. So I'm just glad that I've been able to form a business that not only helps people and progresses the disabled community and makes everything more accessible from a digital standpoint, but I'm also I'm able to do art, which, was not something I was, when I lost enough vision to I really can't paint anymore, because that's what I really love to do is acrylic paints and big canvases. And when I came to college, that was really, really when I lost my vision, mostly was my freshman year of college. And I thought I was really never going to do any kind of tangible art again, sketching, painting, whatever. But with technology and assistive technology and everything, here we are. So
that's awesome. Yeah, for sure. It's I love how technology is opening doors for people to continue using and doing creative things when they thought they couldn't before. So that's really huge and awesome. So tell us about some of the products that you have on Synergies Market.
So right now, and this is actually this is kind of a new project for me as well on my end. So I have just gotten into doing downloadable, digital download templates for other people to be able to customize their own social media. But mainly what's on the marketplace right now through Synergies Market is customizable templates that you would print out either at your home or at another store and use in mass quantities. So right now there's 2 versions of a birthday card. One's more feminine, one's more masculine. And then there's 2 options for Christmas cards, greeting cards, holiday. They say happy holidays right now, but you can change that. And then 2 New Year's party invitation templates. So I really wanted to do this because I really enjoy, and I think Dan mentioned this earlier, about how when you produce something and you're proud of the quality of your product, regardless of what your disability is, it's really cool to see people be like, wow, this is actually a really good artwork. You're a great artist. And then, oh yeah, not bad for a blind person, right? Wait, you're blind? And so I love being, I guess, given credit for my artistry before it's, wow, I'm so impressed that you did this while blind. Just it's impressive artwork anyway. I don't have to be sighted, and that's I think the most rewarding part of it. But I really wanted to do these templates because I have just, with working with other disability-owned businesses, I know that graphic design and art and all of that stuff, especially visual art, is not inherently accessible to everyone, especially if you're someone with a disability who's not creative, not artistic. Maybe you're really science-based, really good at math. That's great. I'm horrible at math. So, let me do your artwork for you. So, that was just kind of something that I really wanted to do to kind of build a bridge between disability-owned businesses and having really successful social media. Because, I think sometimes we feel with the digital world and social media that you have to have a graphic designer, you have to have all these professional looking things that are going to cost you thousands of dollars potentially, and that's just not the case. So I really like to make templates that are, really low cost, look good, but are accessible for anyone who wants to have that kind of quality of social media. Can come on, buy a really low cost and put it on their own, customize it, change the colors, add their own branding and everything. And that's just, I see it as my contribution to the disability-owned business community, that I can provide this to somebody else who has a disability who maybe cannot physically, commit thousands of hours of learning Canva or learning Procreate, or maybe even can't even hold a written utensil because they have a limb difference or whatever. So, that's my contribution, and I think that's. I'm going to continue adding more, and I think I have like 6 products in the market right now, so there will be more. But I just wanted to keep it seasonal for the holidays and everything. So that's what's up there right now.
Awesome. Yeah. And I definitely think that's useful for, tons of entrepreneurs, whether, they have a disability or not. Entrepreneurs tend to wear many hats and it's hard to learn everything. So having, like you said, not having that, if you don't have that artistic skill, having a template where you can like easily change things, just takes that one extra thing off someone's plate. That's really awesome.
Oh yeah. And I think that's, I have like 2 views of entrepreneurship with disability, because I am a very firm believer that entrepreneurship is the most accessible form of employment for someone with a disability. And, Kim said this earlier, you can't fire yourself. You get to work your own hours. No one's, you're your own boss. And that's very liberating from a disability justice standpoint, right? But at the same time, you truly are an entrepreneur wearing 1,000 hats, usually doing this alone with minimal help unless you know where to look for help. And it's just like, what do I do? And so, while entrepreneurship is the most accessible form of employment and gives you the most autonomy as a disabled person, I think it's the most challenging type of job to have and to really create for yourself. And you really need to want it to have it be successful. But, I think that's part of why this community is so important, is because it does take a village. No one is successful completely by themselves independently. And so that's what I really like about Synergies Work and the Synergies Market and everything, is that no matter, who you are, what your background, disabled entrepreneurship is the common denominator. And we all get how challenging that is, with the addition of being disabled. So it's not like going to any other entrepreneur and being like, oh, this is so hard. It's like, oh, well, try doing it blind. It's like, well, I can go to another blind entrepreneur and be like, how is your day going? Because mine's not great. So it's that like level of community that you really cannot find anywhere else. So.
Yeah, for sure. Are there any like specific challenges that you find disability-owned business owners, especially yourself, run into a lot?
Ooh, I can only say from personal experience, but I think, because actually this is a pretty good example that might be across the board, is having my own space for my business outside of my home office, which, because I, supply a service that's a little bit different, but, I would like to have my own little art studio. But I also live in rural Southeast Georgia, where accessibility is not great, and finding that like little office space is far and few between. There's not a whole lot of options for that. But, I think my biggest challenge as an entrepreneur with a disability is that, like, while I love being my own boss, I also am my own person that has to keep myself accountable. And I am the world's best procrastinator, like hands down. I easily could win any contest with procrastination. And so that is like my biggest thing, is that I wish I could like leave my house and go to work without having all the distractions of my home. But, that comes with motivation, drive to be successful. And again, you really need to want this to be successful. So
yeah. Indeed. So Synergies Market, as we mentioned, it's our pilot program right now. But as we grow, we're looking to, of course, expand and add options. What is something that you would dream of having on the platform that would make things easier, or just kind of like make it stand out?
See, you're asking me about marketing now. I'm like, what to add? Honestly, one thing that I saw missing that I think we could add is like having a seller's ability to do our own coupons. Like if my birthday is tomorrow, like, oh, Madeline's birthday is tomorrow, like I'm turning 27% off my entire store. But that's just for my store, not site-wide. Or, if you want to contribute or participate in Black Friday or whatever, doing your own coupons and discounts and stuff like that, or like, buy two, get one free kind of situation. I think that would be kind of cool. And just do some fun that would easily tie into email marketing.
Yeah, for sure. I think that would be awesome, for sure. So are there any like specific like client collaborations you've had in the past that have been particularly rewarding or memorable to you?
Yes, I've had a few. Actually, all of my clients that I've had through this business have been memorable and are people I still work with. And which isn't really to say much because we've only been in business for like one whole calendar year. In January, it'll be one whole calendar year as like a legal LLC. But I, have had clients in the nonprofit sector, which are amazing. Clients in the more political sphere. We do work with candidates, which have been very cool. Just seeing the political process and being involved in that kind of, moments in time is cool. But I think my favorite type of client that I work with is other businesses that are also disability owned, because community, of course, but you're not contributing to that corporation, and you're not contributing to like, unless you know where to look and actually look it up. You could be working with a client that holds a 14C certificate and is paying their employees sub-minimum wage. So, I think about all of that stuff whenever I look at a client, like this person wants a logo or graphic design or whatever. It's like, okay, what is your company? Who owns your company? What kind of stuff do you guys practice in real time? How accessible is your business really? And if it doesn't meet my personal like bar for, okay, this is a business that I can support, I don't work with them. So my favorite types are disability-owned businesses, especially the more micro influencers, the truly small businesses that are local and everything like that, their entire business is.
Oh no, it looks like we lost Madeline.
I think we might have. We can give her a minute, Jen, to jump back in.
Awesome.
All right. Otherwise, I think you guys are right at about time. So I'll jump off and we'll give Madeline let's give her 2 minutes to see if she reconnects. I think she should generally. And we can keep
there she is.
Hey,
Guys.
all good.
This is rural America in real time for you. The internet. Apologies.
No worries.
What was the last thing you heard?
We were talking about clients and the type of clients that you work with.
Yes. And disability-owned businesses are always my favorite because they don't have that in-house help. They don't have a marketing team. They're usually ran by one or two people. So any kind of contribution that I can give to the disabled entrepreneur world that lifts us all up is great. And not only does that, support my disability-owned business, but I'm also, helping that other business get eyes on it, get followers on social media, make sales, do all those things. So it's been a very cool experience. And we've only been here for a year, and I'm sure that, my type of client will change over time. But I really like to work with people who have that awareness of disability in the workplace and in, entrepreneurship and business, and, work with people who are actively all trying to make the world a more accessible place. So.
Awesome. Yeah, for sure. So, in your experience, do you see, the business community in general kind of becoming more inclusive of individuals with disabilities?
I think so, very slowly. We've made a lot of progress since the ADA was put into effect, that's for sure. So in the last 30 years, since this became like, hey, we actually legally have to pay attention to disability and employment now, to now, where, the ADA is the floor. We're still reaching for the ceiling, which is something I always advocate for. But, the way that we do our job applications has changed. Even the wording has changed, how we conduct interviews. And one silver lining, if you will, of COVID, our COVID experience was how okay, remote positions work, and that saves companies money and everything else. So the introduction to remote work being for everyone and not just for people with disabilities, I think has really opened the door. But I really think that we have a lot of work to do as far as entrepreneurship specifically goes for people with disabilities, because while, like I said, it's the most accessible, it's not advocated for. And I think that the larger society of the world looks at entrepreneurship, but does not always put entrepreneurship in the same, you can do this kind of situation for disabled people. It's not encouraged. It's like, oh, you want to start a business and you're disabled. Like, are you sure that you can do that? Are you sure that you're equipped to do that? And people think that starting a business requires hundreds of thousands of dollars to start. And that is not the case either. I think I started my business with $300 and that was it, So it's, I think that we just need to do a better job. And when I say we, I mean society, because disabled people have been talking about this forever. So society just needs to do a better job at recognizing that disabled people can be entrepreneurs and be very successful entrepreneurs without a ton of people helping them, there's nothing wrong with that. Of course, I love having a team to help out, but the idea that, if you're disabled and you have a business, it's not actually you doing that. That whole concept is so what? So, we just have a lot of awareness and a lot of education still to be done, but, slowly making progress.
Yeah, for sure. And kind of going along those lines, what advice would you give to someone who they have a disability and, they're seeing this and they're like, oh, entrepreneurship, that might be something I really want to do. What advice would you have for them just wanting to start out?
Ooh, best advice, honestly, is do it even though you don't think you can or should. And I say that as someone who I started my business fresh out of college with a master's degree, and my business only has very minimally to do with what I have a master's degree in. So it's one of those things where education is great. If you love what you study, go do that. But why I started this and have my own business and really wanted to have my own business is because as a disabled person, I knew that the corporate world was not going to be necessarily very inviting to a blind person. I just knew that. And after I graduated and I spent 3-4 months applying to job after job after job, it was painful. I couldn't find a job that would pay me a living wage. I just couldn't. It wasn't the only job offers I was getting were, okay, yeah, we'll pay you $30,000 to do what we're asking you to do with a master's degree. It's like, well, I'd rather make more money than that doing my own thing as my own boss. So, just do it. And do it, have this idea and just run with it. Because I think my biggest mistake and what my only regret with this is not doing it sooner, is that I waited until I couldn't find a job. I was, very broke and everything like that. And okay, maybe now I should start my own business. If you have that idea and you're passionate about it, do it. I mean, you can have an LLC and hold a job with a W-2 at the same time. It is very possible. So, even if you're starting out teeny tiny, small, and you have one customer or one client, that's better than nothing. And you can always grow. But if you don't start, there's nothing to invest in or grow if it's not there. So
yeah, exactly. Yep. And learning as you go, that's kind of how entrepreneurship really is. So, so the people listening right now, if they could do one thing to help support your business, what would that be?
Ooh, to support my business, well, honestly, I'm always trying to grow my social media following, which I think supports my business the most because that's where my portfolio lives, is on social media. So if you follow me on social media, share things. I'm always sharing like new products, new designs. I'll share my artwork. Every weekend I'll get on Procreate and do something that like is just from my brain, and I'll post that, so keep up with my artwork and get creative and everything like that, get inspired by my artwork. But and then if you or someone that needs graphic design help, you can always visit my website, book things, get a consultation. And then, I guess the biggest thing to help, I think, blind entrepreneurs, if you want to talk about whole community, is make your social media accessible. Use alt text, please.
Yes.
That's my
Awesome. And what would you want people to know, about being a disability-owned business owner, just kind of in general, like someone who has, no past experience and is trying to learn, how to, about the disabled community in general? What kind of advice would you give them?
For like someone who's speaking to the disabled community?
Yeah. Someone who's just kind of like starting to learn. Maybe they're not part of it, but they're just wanting to learn and kind of support the disabled community.
I think honestly, and I feel like there are so many different answers to this, but the overarching best piece of advice I can give is that we need to, as a society, get away from viewing disability in general as something that is negative, because it's not. It definitely is at times. It can be negative. Don't get me wrong. Being disabled is hard, but at the same time, I would not be who I am today without my disability. I would not be the person sitting here right now. I would not have the personality I do. I would not be living where I live. I would not have a lot of the things that I have today without my disability. And I say that as someone who, and I don't even think I mentioned this, I have retinitis pigmentosa. So it's a genetic disease and it's progressive. It didn't happen from an injury or anything. I was born with this. And so I had my childhood to kind of wrap my head around, hey, you're going to have to live life as an adult blind. And that was something that I was lucky that was never seen as a like, oh my God, this is going to happen to you. Your life is going to be over once this happens. It was, my parents, my support system, my family and everything was, hey, like this is going to be your life, but you can do the X, Y, and Z. You can do this, you can do that. You can, and blah, blah, blah. And that is, if we have a society where we don't immediately think of disability as a negative thing, then we wouldn't teach disabled children to see their existence as negative, and it's that kind of learned thinking of, I have a disability, this is hard, I'm not going to be able to do this, no one's going to accept this or accept me or let me do something. We teach kids to think that way. So if we could reframe our thinking and reframe how we see disability and ability in the country, it doesn't have to be inherently bad. It can be inherently innovative. It can be inherently creative or helpful in a different way, adaptive, or, evolutionary, etc. It's all about how we view things, because positive, negative, those are all subjective. It doesn't have to be viewed as a negative thing. And that's what I think, big advocate of, I try to educate everyone I talk to is that, having a disability is, just, I always say, is not a death sentence. It can be a challenge and you'll have to adapt and you'll have to change some frames of thinking, but it's something that you can live a very successful, happy, and well-rounded life with. So there you go.
Yeah, very well said. Totally agree with that. That's really well said. And I definitely think, so many of us as, disabled people, we see things differently. And that's kind of how we got into entrepreneurship, because, we saw the issues and we're like, oh, now I want to do something to change that,
Yeah.
So I think that's where a lot of entrepreneurship comes in, and a lot of us, how we all got started, and have built a community around that, and Synergies Markets, where we're all kind of doing that at. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
And
Oh yeah.
yeah. So up next, we have another entrepreneur coming. Paula will be interviewing them, and we'll take a short break until then.
Hello there, Allison. Oh, Allison, I'm not sure I can hear you. There we go. How are you, Allison?
Have you have a great and wonderful Thanksgiving?
I did. I had an awesome Thanksgiving. I spent it with family. What about you?
I hang out with a friends, and my boyfriend came too.
That's nice. That's
Yep.
really nice. So for those of you joining us right now, my name is Paula Blanco. I am operations support at Synergies Work, and I'm here with Allison Fergardi of Allison's Doggy Delights by Allison. We are having a chat, and I think the best thing to do to kick us off is, Allison, can you tell me a little bit about yourself and how you started Doggy Delights by Allison?
Okay. I was born with tracheoesophageal fistula, and that means my eating and breathing tubes were connected, even though I had surgery when I was a few days old. I had hard time eating and drinking. I had a trach tube in my neck, which that's what it looks like now. And to help me breathe, when I was 11 years old, doctors discovered that I also had a laryngeal cleft. Then I got a G-tube in my stomach. I couldn't eat or drink for 2 years. During that time, I became obsessed with Rachel Ray and the Food Channel. That's when I found my passion for food and for cooking. I love looking at recipes and watching videos of cooking.
Awesome. So, I understand that must have been really challenging, but it's so interesting how it kind of pointed you toward a passion or a different sort of interests. And have you always been an animal lover?
Yes, I am an animal lover. And speaking of animal lover, I have a cat on the table. And his name is Chaos. He's a Maine Coon.
Oh, I see. I see, a Maine Coon. That's a cat, form of cat, right? Oh, we're gonna get a preview. Oh, hello, Chaos. Hello there. We just made him a star. There you go. We made him a star. Okay. So how did Allison, for you, how did you get started making your treats and really turning that passion and that interest into a business?
So what did you decide to cook instead of for people? Instead of cooking for people.
Oh, I make dog treats.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what else.
So how did we get started with dog treats? What did you have to do? Did you know what dogs like?
What?
Do you know what dogs like?
Dog treats?
Well, yeah, but did you know what to put in your dog treats at first?
No.
No, we had to do a lot of what?
Searching and find out what dogs don't like or do like.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really important part of business, is kind of testing your product and researching your market so you can find out what works.
Yep.
And I also want to say is I don't add no sugar and no salt, no preservatives.
So they're
Oh,
healthy.
That's
I have
unique.
freeze dryers.
That so that means that the treats are very healthy for pets.
Yep.
Can you tell us a little bit about maybe the different types of treats or recipes that you have? What kind of treats would others be able to find on the Synergies Market?
What are your flavors? What flavors do you make?
I make lots of different kinds. I make chicken and rice, peanut butter, and grain-free sweet potato, and pumpkin, and salmon, and yogurt, and blueberry. And for Christmas, I make sweet season.
Oh, nice. That's a lot of variety.
Yep.
Do your pets have any favorites?
My cats care less. They don't eat the treats part, but it's funny when I drop or spill something on the counter, they eat the crumbs.
They're scavengers.
Yeah, on the floor, yeah.
They like the hunt. They don't like it easy.
Right.
That's awesome. Okay, so we're really excited to have you on the Synergies Market and to be able to share your dog treats with everyone else. How do you feel about being on the Synergies Market as a founder?
It feels great. It's awesome.
Is it a little bit different than your other experiences? How do you feel? Has it been a little bit easier to get through?
Well, actually, it's easy to do speeches. I've done that.
No, she means, when you get your orders from Synergies, she can't see the order. It comes by email. She's not used to that. She's used to looking at our, she gets messages from the Wix that we use. And so she's always checking like what orders we get. But the email ones don't come to her. So I have to tell her, we got to check email.
I wish I could have that app on my phone.
Yeah, you have to check the email. That's all. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it's a little bit different, right? But that's part of kind of being an entrepreneur is adapting and kind of as you grow, things might change a little bit, so you have different opportunities.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Exactly.
So you know that we're just starting, and this is kind of our launch. What would you like to see on the platform? How would you like it to change or to grow?
I would love to be able to partner with some other entrepreneurs. We could make something together like a dog basket with products from different businesses. I think customers would love that idea.
Awesome. And you know that we're all about the synergies, and that's one big thing about being on the Synergies Market is that it's one big community and we love working together and supporting each other. So I think that's a great idea, Alice, and we'll try to get that together behind the scenes if we can. Can you tell us out of all of the recipes and experiences that you have with customers, can you tell us about a favorite experience?
One of my customers' friend had a dog who got very sick and wouldn't eat. The vet couldn't figure out what was wrong. They were very worried. My customer asked her if she wanted to try feeding her dog some of my pumpkin treats. Pumpkin is very good for dogs, and their stomach issues. They were so happy to see that the dog loved them, and that is the only thing the dog would eat until the vet figured out the problem. Now they are my customers too.
That's fantastic. I'm so happy to hear that. I bet, I'm a pet parent too. I have a dog as well, and I know that when they're sick, it can be so frustrating, but it's really rewarding to know that your product and your business helps someone out. I'm sure that dog is a lot healthier and was able to get through its challenges because it was able to have your treats.
Yep.
Yep.
How do you feel that as a founder, how do you feel that the business community has responded to your business, and how do these individuals that purchase your product, how do they impact your business?
Before COVID, we sold treats at the farmer's market every Sunday. I made so many friends, and there were so many dogs who would come visit me every week and get free treats. I miss seeing all of the dogs, but going to the market is too much work for my parents. Dogs love my treats because they are so delicious, and their owners love my treats because they are so healthy for their dogs.
That's a great experience. I love going to the farmers market, and it's a great place to meet new people and experience new things. I understand that it can be difficult for a business to do it consistently, so I'm really happy that through the Synergies Market, we can provide another platform for you to sell and hopefully make lots of customers and doggy friends online. In As you have grown in your business, what advice would you give to another entrepreneur or even just another person with a disability thinking about starting their business?
My advice is from the musical Hairspray. You got to dream big. Start small, but dream big. There are many ways to start small. For example, when I first started selling treats, I only sold them frozen. That meant I could only sell them in Claremont, but that was okay at first. Then, when my business grew, we brought a freeze dryer so I could zip my treats.
And now how many freeze dryers do you have?
I have 3 now.
Wow, so you've grown. That's exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. And I know that we've known about you for a little while, Alice, and you were also a part of our event called the Eddies last year.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we wanted you to share a little bit about your experience.
Okay.
Ooh, did you love dressing up?
Yeah.
You had a beautiful dress.
Yep.
And you gave samples of your treats, right?
Yeah.
It was very fun.
Like, for example, like I go to parties like with lots of people with Down syndrome or disabilities. And I went to, what is that called again?
All kinds of galas, right?
Yeah, galas. Yeah. I go there for dinner and listen to this girl, and she does sign language and singing at the same time.
Yeah, and
that reminded me of me because when I was a kid, I used to do sign language too, but I couldn't talk.
Okay. So it was an event where you could see people with lots of different abilities. I know the entities, we had people come from all over the world, and we had all different types of businesses. We're really excited to do that again this year, and we're hoping that you can join us as well. We're really excited to continue to foster that type of community and that type of support for all of our entrepreneurs.
Mm-hmm. That would be great. A lot of fun.
Yeah. If you could tell a listener right now, or someone that's watching us right now, one thing to do to support your business, what would it be?
Well, lots of people have dogs. If you are listening and you have a dog, please buy some of my treats. If you don't have a dog, I bet you know someone with a dog. Wouldn't it be nice to give them a present of some delicious doggy delights by Allison? I bet.
Ooh, we get to see some. Let's see.
We love that. Also, there are a lot of dogs who don't have a home or a family. They are stuck in a shelter. It would be so nice of you to buy some my treats and visit the dogs in the shelter and give them a treat.
Right. We want to spread lots of joy, lots of happiness during the holidays. So if you have a dog, or if you know someone that has a dog, I'm sure these are really yummy treats. I saw one bag was peanut butter. What was the other treat?
Chicken and rice.
Chicken and rice. And are those the flavors that are available on the market?
2 of the flavors, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. Awesome. So now our people watching know where to go and get these awesome doggy delights by Allison. And we're really happy that we were able to kind of sit down and chat and tell other people about your business and what you've done so far. But we're also excited to share what's upcoming. What if you guys have planned for maybe during the holiday season or after?
What big thing did we make? It's not on the market, but on the Synergies Market. But what did we make?
Bark downs.
Bark down to Christmas.
Yeah.
Right. And what is that?
It's what do you call that?
Advent calendar.
Yeah, that.
Advent calendar for dogs.
Oh wow!
That
wow,
was a
that's
big
awesome.
project. What special treats do we make for that? What special treats do we make?
What treats?
Yeah, they were shaped in what?
They're shaped in Christmas trees,
and we made candy canes.
Yeah, candy canes, sweet potato chips, and
what else?
I don't know.
That's very unique.
Yeah,
that's very unique. Awesome. So lots of exciting things happening for Allison's Doggy Delight, or Doggy Delights by Allison. Sorry. All right. Well, we really appreciate you taking the time out, chatting with us, sharing your story. We're so happy that you decided to take your passion and use entrepreneurship as a vehicle to share what you love and, really make a difference. We're excited to see what comes next for you And we just want to encourage everyone that's watching right now to support if you can. And if not, please share this wonderful message throughout the holidays, because you never know what connections you can make and what synergies can develop. So we're super happy to have you, Alice, and thank you so much for coming on and talking to me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Give away.
What?
Give away.
Oh.
Yeah. Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you for joining us for our live stream today. I know it's been 4 hours where we talked to 5 entrepreneurs. You've heard their stories. You've learned about their businesses. It's been fantastic from the back end to be watching all the conversations that have sprouted. And I just wanted to kind of say a few words and touch on some of the things that I kept on hearing over and over from all the different entrepreneurs. And one of them was, do it with fear. Kimberly said it. I think other people had said, you just need to go out there and put yourself out there and try. And that's the message I want to send out to everybody here, especially if you're an individual who's thinking about going into entrepreneurship. Synergies Work has supported hundreds of entrepreneurs throughout this process. And if you're a person with a disability who's thinking about becoming an entrepreneur, no, there's no better time than today to take the first step. So all throughout the day, we were focusing on the Synergies Market, which is our newest initiative. We have been running a pilot program with an exclusive group of sellers to see how much interest there is, how much support there is from our community for an online marketplace like this. At the end of the day, what Synergies Work does is we help founders at every stage of their business, and especially early stage founders who are just starting out. The Synergies Market presents a fantastic opportunity for us to put them out there, put them in front of you, show them to our community, and give them a way to get an initial batch of customers. So if you are doing your holiday shopping, I know we are wrapping up our stream, but the Synergies Market is going to be there all throughout the holiday season. So please go and visit the Synergies Market. You'll be able to check out all the products from Allison, from Dan, from Kimberly. Who else do we have? From Madeline. And I'm missing one person. Shoot, whoever I'm missing, I'm so sorry. But you'll be able to check out all these awesome products from all the entrepreneurs that we've had on today. Diana, there you go, Diana. From all the entrepreneurs we've had on today. And every purchase you make goes directly towards them. Synergies Work does not take any fees for being on the marketplace for any sales that are made. The entrepreneur gets all the money, just minus payment processing because the credit card companies won't let us off otherwise. But please go ahead and check us out. We also have gift cards on there. So if you're not sure what to get or you want to share this with somebody else, a gift card is a fantastic way to do an easy holiday gift. But it's not just an Amazon gift card. It's something special. So you put a little bit of thought into it, just enough to where they're not going to think you're being lazy. So with that said, we're wrapping up our stream, and joining me to help me wrap up is Peter Barron. So I'm going to add Peter. Hey, welcome, Peter.
Hey, Shlok, how you doing?
Doing good, doing good. Good to see you. Good to see you.
It's good
so
to be here.
I know you have a few words to say. So I'll leave it to you, and then we'll bring on the whole team and just say our goodbyes.
Okay. Yeah, I want to extend my thanks to Shlok and the team for running this today. How exciting! What a great way to close out November and bring in December, and this is a great way to sort of focus, as Shlok has mentioned, on the gift giving. I know in my business we spend thousands of dollars on gifts for our clients and employees at this time of year. And so having the option to do something that's this thoughtful, coming from entrepreneurs who, with their passion, have created amazing products. I know I have my eyes on some pet treats and some popcorn treats that I'm going to be purchasing. I would have done it already, but I've been in meetings all day. So I'm grateful for that opportunity. I will wrap by saying how inspired I am by the passion that these entrepreneurs show. They go into mentorship programs and they learn things, and they bring their natural creativity and their great ideas and of course their support system into creating these businesses and these wonderful products. That's not a small thing, and it's something that really fills me with inspiration and the drive to continue to do the best that I can do in the business that I'm involved in. I want to thank everybody that's part of Synergies Work, and for all the great work that they're doing and for the time that they put into this tremendous cause, and encourage you to, as part of your gift giving plans, to get into the marketplace and find some things, whether it be a gift card or some specific gifts. I think, as Shlok mentioned, they will be seen as more thoughtful perhaps than some of the other ones that you normally do.
Yeah, and Peter, you'd mentioned that your organization as a company, you're doing a lot of end of year purchasing for gifts and clients and employees. We actually have programs that if you're interested in launching a gift program for your employees, please reach out to us. We'd be more than happy to put together something custom for you. We can help coordinate with some of our entrepreneurs as well if you're looking for a specific item, maybe in a bulk quantity or a custom version. I know all throughout the day we've had entrepreneurs who have very unique handmade things. And just to give you guys an example, last year Synergies Work bought some pens for Dan for some of our gifts. I know Kimberly does custom cards that anybody can have customized exactly how they want. Allison has a million different types of dog treats that if you're looking to give them to a loved one, or maybe just stock up for the year. If your dog really likes those treats and you want a year's supply, I'm sure Allison's not going to say no. So with that said, I'm going to bring in Arthi to kind of close us out. So Arthi, I'm going to add you to the chat. There you go.
Hey, Peter. Hey, Shlok.
Hey, Arthi.
So good for you to join us today. And I'm so glad that you have been taking the time out. I know it's important for us to have you here on the board, from the board, to help us close out today's exciting day of showcasing all the entrepreneurs, not all, most of the entrepreneurs who are on the Synergies Market. I'm sorry I'm joining in a little late. I wonder if you've had an opportunity to let you introduce yourself, Peter. If not, so could you just introduce yourself, please?
I can't introduce I've said a few words already, so I don't think anybody wants to hear from me again. But I'm Peter Barron. I'm on the board, have been for a few years now, and it's just a joy to work with the amazing people on the board. I'm the CEO of a company called Carabiner Communications, and it's a 20-year-old public relations and marketing firm. And a lot of our clients actually start out fairly small startups with a cool idea and eventually end up growing and turning into fairly large companies, and we love helping them to do that. So,
and you love, I know, have helped us as an organization also. Plus, you're a mentor to a couple of our entrepreneurs, right?
That's right. Yeah, that's a joy to be able to share advice based on pains or things that the entrepreneurs are running into immediately. It's great to be able to share some ideas.
And I know that there is a personal connection for you also with the work that we do.
That's right. My oldest daughter, Rebecca, she's 28 and has special needs, and she's always producing amazing bookmarks or coloring things in, and we just love to feed her passion for doing that. She hasn't started a business like some of the entrepreneurs that we know here, but it does give me a little extra insight into the support that our entrepreneurs need.
That's so cool. I know she is an amazing artist. We have heard about her a lot. I haven't had an opportunity to see her work as yet, but I'm hoping that she will be showcasing her work on the Synergies Market also.
Well, we'll try and stimulate that. We'll see if she wants to do it.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody has their own personal goals to do it.
That's right.
Yeah. And I don't know if you've had a chance, an opportunity to go to the Synergies Market and take a peek at it.
Oh yeah, I've already got items picked out. I'm a doggy grandpa, and so I've got several dogs that I know will crave some of the doggy treats that I've got my eye on. So
yeah, that's exactly what I did. I think it's such one of the good amongst many others, that the doggy delights and the bandanas. And I think some of the very fascinating and exciting and interesting work, which shows the personality of the founder, is right there on this Synergies Market.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and there's some cool gourmet popcorn too. I know some folks that are big popcorn fans that I'm definitely going to be getting some of that.
I can tell you from personal experience, Peter, that the popcorn is delicious.
Well, that's a great endorsement. If I can get anything extra, that'll do it.
I haven't eaten the doggy delight, so I can't tell you about that.
Keep that one to yourself, I think.
No. Anything that you would like to say as we close this afternoon of having, I think, 5-6 entrepreneurs? We've had the pleasure of meeting them, hearing their stories and why they joined the Synergies Market and what their personal goals are. Anything that you would like to share as a board member, as an entrepreneur, as a father, as a person who has been guiding us as Synergies Work for a couple of years now?
Yeah, I'd just say two things. One is as a dad, we love our children and love to support them with what they're striving to do. I think the hearts of our entrepreneurs that have a disability are pure, and it's just special to be a part of being able to help entrepreneurs, especially those that have a little bit extra challenge. And I tip my hat to all of the people that are providing support in the networks for these entrepreneurs, family members, and people that support them with their love and help. The other thing I would say as an entrepreneur, kind of a repeat entrepreneur myself, I've built and sold companies. Sometimes the journey can seem long, especially in the early days, fueled more by passion than by profits, maybe. But I will tell you the profits do come, and they're entirely based on your commitment to providing products that are a match for your passion. And as long as you're doing things that you truly believe in, I think your future customers will recognize that, and the growth will come.
I agree with it completely. I think other than money, as long as you're solving a problem in the world, you're driven by, centered with a purpose-driven business, the money will follow. And it is hard work. Completely, it is hard work. It is not for the faint-hearted. But I think the community is so rich in talent, perseverance, and resilience that it comes naturally. I think entrepreneurship comes naturally to folks with disabilities, and we see it in our cohorts. We see it every day when we meet entrepreneurs, and we see it in the Synergies Marketplace when the products that they are displaying, they tell a lot about the entrepreneur themselves. Earlier in the morning, we had Dan Parker, who's a machinist, and he makes pens. He's a blind car racer, and now he manufactures these handcrafted custom pens, which is all about precision and quality. And he, to listen to him was to listen about how he's committed to the product quality and how it has gone international. These pens have gone international, and they're worthy of any CEO's, any leader's desk, and anybody can access them. So it was really listening to people like him, or earlier in the day when we had another entrepreneur who was talking from her own experience and the product that she had innovated for people in the wheelchair. It's like you're constantly learning from our entrepreneurs and finding out this is really, I think, the next big thing. I personally feel for the startup world is going to be disability tech and the disability innovation, because that's what innovation for everybody is, if we include everyone in that design of our products and services. So yeah, yep. So I thank you so much for joining us today, Peter, and thank you everybody who has been listening to us, who have been following our stories, who have bought on the Synergies Market. Please go ahead, support, go ahead and buy for yourself, for your friends, and if you are a corporation, you can buy gift cards from the Synergies Marketplace, and we have this awesome deal that if you buy $5,000 worth of gift cards, we give you a $500, 10% off and extra on those corporate gift cards. And I'm sure, as you've been hearing throughout the day from all our team at Synergies Work, Paula, Jennifer Parr, Shlok, everything that we are doing, everything that is being sold on the Synergies Market, all profits go to the founders themselves. It is not that it is Synergies Work is keeping anything for themselves. We want to showcase that there is this huge talent that exists in this community, and we want to bridge the buyer-seller gap through the Synergies Market. So, Peter, thank you again, once again, and for joining us and helping us promote this.
My pleasure. My pleasure. I hope everybody has a happy holiday and finds some amazing gifts on the Synergies Marketplace.
Thank you. Happy holidays, and thank you once again. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Now,
Bye-bye.
take care.